me just a second to get this thing set up. Because I didn't want to come live. I don't feel like being live, but I'm going to tell you tonight, the best thing you can do is to go report share. And for any of you who have given money to her in any way, whether that be super chats, PayPal, Cash App, doesn't matter. I'm telling you to go ask for a refund and to report our channel. And to go report any cash apps you gave her during this month plus. Alright? And I'll tell you why here in just a minute. Because 6up done run everybody over in the group. Because of her incessant need to be a deranged, crazy lunatic to target Z and nothing else, no matter what guise it's hidden behind. That bitch is a straight fucking lunatic. And in her effort to do so, when they had her join their little merry band of setup bullshit with Skilo and the rest to know all the shit right to target Z, because she'd get the job done under the I'm protected so well. Look, they fucked up because they got a crazy goddamn deranged lunatic that makes you, honest to God, feel bad for Ziggy, which is fucking stupid. Like, and maybe that's part of the plan throughout all these years, this deranged lunatic spin up Ziggy's ass. But when you realize Tragedy Pimps Exposed / Taco Tuesday and 6up started with Ziggy and all this other shit, we're just fun. And just the grossness it is both of those fucking bitches under the guise of their anti-tragedy, but I mean, you just can't with it, okay? But in her incessant need to just target the shit out of Ziggy, whether they're all in on it or not, and it drives views back and forth for all them or not, Lord, we know, I can't. But 6up in her, and they just hired the wrong motherfucker for the job to be in on this, okay? And 6up in her dedicated derangement around Ziggy fucked them all up and drove the whole bus over a cliff tonight. Or today. Or 6 hours, she had nothing better to do. Anyway, I'm telling you tonight, I mean, y'all can do whatever you want, okay? You can do whatever the fuck you want. But if I were you all, I would go report any super stickers, super chats, anything like that, because no shit, you can do that on YouTube. And you report them under fraudulent terms. The way you can do this is by saying that, well, considering Cher gave the false idea that I was included in those polygraphs, or that I consented at any point, and you all may have believed falsely while she raised those funds that I was going to be included. See, there's the super fraud. Alright? And I've asked repeatedly to not be included once I found out. It's continued to remain up in the descriptions. I don't know if she ever deleted the community post or not. It was fraudulent from the get-go. You hear me? And then the changing of terms is their threat, so it's like, That's how you report and get your shit back through the super chats and stickers. And I'm going to show you why you ought to be hella concerned, and how 6up drove everybody off the goddamn cliff on the same bus tonight. Because they hired the wrong deranged bitch for the job. Okay? And I will tell you that now they're move of let's go to Brandy. It's pretty gross. right? Anybody that calls it out, it's gonna be a goddamn demon for it. Y'all know Brandy has her own Cash App and payment methods. They're easy to find and they're on her channel and things. If you want to give to Brandy, go over there and give directly to Brandy. I know she could use it. Y'all know she could. I have no problem in the world with Brandy getting help she totally deserves and needs, and all the love and hugs and well wishes. You do not need to give to Cher or any of this crew in order to help Brandy. Okay? And you remember originally it was going to be Christine, or well, a single mother of Christine is what they changed to. And after I called out the single mother leaves it open for y'all to pull a Ziggy basketball shit with a helpful scammer and never know, right? Same thing applied. And then they're like, oh, Christine, but Christine died before they could do that, right? But I mean, hell, honestly, her family, but you don't need a go between, right? Christine and her family, there was always ways to give directly to them. Not sure, you know what I mean? It was just bullshit. Prop up, share the looks of this fucking con scam bullshit, everything else. And they all knew they were in on it. They all knew what they were doing. Um, and I think that's pretty apparent to anybody who's actually watching what the fuck is going on. Alright? Now, I'm telling you that they're all taking you on for a ride right now, and they have been for weeks. They're also distraction, purposeful one. No lie there. The shit they're hiding right now or trying to distract you from is actually pretty goddamn important. It means something, but goddamn monsters are helping hide monsters. It's just all it is, you know? And they're all cashing in on all of it. Well, they all pretend they give a damn. None of them give a damn about summer or otherwise. If they did, they wouldn't be purposefully hiding shit by blanketing it with bullshit cons and scams and targeting of people and their children and making people afraid and doing their same shit, right? Same shit, different day. So anyway, I do not know that I have the energy to stay with this long, so I'm gonna do something rather quickly just so it's here. And then try to finish out the rest. Because this is insanity. Of the highest order. Alright. I know they're running full tilt. I know. Alright. And then there's so much demonic activity up in this motherfucker today. On the YouTube streets. But if it were me, I would go get your goddamn super chats, super stickers, all it back by reporting them as fraudulent. You can do that because Cher always used my name on that goddamn polygraph bullshit she had no consent right to do. 6 up, and everybody are fully aware of it. No way everybody involved couldn't see that. Y'all knew it was against my consent. Y'all knew I wasn't even aware of it for days. Y'all could see when I became aware of it, and I asked her immediately to take my name off of it. Was not done. It's still in the description as last I knew. Either way, it initially kicked off like that. Remained so for weeks. And therefore, there's your fraudulent, whatever. Right? And then if you go all the way back, I mean, she did say Ziggy was going to take one, right? All this there. But it turns out all of them knew. Really, they were just setting up all shit to implode. It was all, and it's all of them around each other, and all of it's really to, distract too. It's all shit, okay? But, so being the characters, and I mean, seriously, you can tell them that you thought Ziggy or myself or anybody else were supposed to take a polygraph, according to Cher. And then it turns out none of that was true, and people didn't even know they were fucking at it over there, and obviously they were raising this polygraph shit under fraudulent terms, and they goddamn word from the word go. So, with Benny sitting over there on panel 2 at that, ain't that something? And that ain't his first go with fraudulent shit, ain't it? Anyway, it feels like I'm in Scottish marathon days. Anyway, starting to feel a little Camille somewhere around these blocks. Anyway. What's said in 6-ups today is that anything you steal, continue to send. Now, I don't know why you would, but anything you still continue to send over there for, it's going to be given to Brandy. Everything else, right, is going to be given to Brandy. Except for $100. Cher is keeping for weed and whatever else, for pills of some variety. Yeah, I guess she ends up more than Brandy does. But anyway, instead of 30-some% knocked off super chats, all this shit, also garbage, whatever that you've already sent, you can get it back and then go over there and give it to Brandy yourself at 100%. No share needed, and maybe it teaches them a lesson about this type of bullshit. Maybe it stops this type of bullshit. This is horseshit. I also watched them cleanse chats today of people asking for refunds from Cher. And that they've been asking and they've been denied. Could be bullshit, could be trolls. You never really know. A few said they gave different ways, and they were immediately cleansed from chats. No. I mean, it could be trolls, could be set up looking shit, could be whatever. But it could also be real people. And I've seen through the years them do that. So, and it could go either way. But I found that odd. You know? Because they immediately called out those people, made them look like XYZ, and they were like, oh no, Sheriff never, Sheriff blah 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 blah, and Sheriff of course was in there, and all this other, And I watched the same done to me when I was calling out Scamathon, their bullshit, how they were using my name, how Camille never doing shit, and they were erasing my comments. Then they made it look like it was a fake me. Then they shut down and hid the goddamn live. And everywhere I called out, they would do that to me. Because they didn't want people to know that I was like, hell no, they weren't supposed to be doing this. And I caught them in the back by tester questions of what's going on here. They knew. And so I've watched it be done, man. I've watched it be done to many that they fucked with over the years. And they have the power and control to do that between all rooms and to agree to time those people out and to block them and do whatever, right? So anyway, don't tell me when you've been a victim or you've been a victim. So either way, I want y'all to hear something. Okay, y'all make up your own mind. Not just on this, but I want you. Well, just listen to these things. And I'd have to get a timestamp for one, but I'm gonna go over some stuff. Just this right here. Okay? And I'm gonna try to shut my mouth and let it play.
She told me differently. We did not tell her we weren't doing that.
Yeah, like, she didn't actually throw you under the bus.
Switzerland is trying to be cool with everybody. It can't, causing interference in Summer's case, and why are you freaking modding them and making buddies with them? Like, you've got to be real and stand for who you are. Stop freaking playing Switzerland and trying to be cool with everybody. It can't happen. No, she threw us under the bus. There was no out of options. She threw us under the bus. Absolutely threw us under the bus. She told me differently. We did not tell her we weren't doing that.
Yeah, like, she didn't actually throw you under the bus. At all. Why are you going to for shares, you'll be in the bushes. I typed it on chat. Ziggy, ziggy, ziggy.
Why didn't you just go ahead and do Andy's? All of a sudden, Andy doesn't need one? When we've been talking about it for freaking, like,
all of a sudden, Andy, in my opinion, never needed one in the first place. Again, Andy is not the one texting people saying, can you help me clear my name?
Actually, if you talk to the whole goddamn hive you hang out with, well, you and they and all them pretend he's not a woman and child abusing piece of shit, garbage, one of the worst known abusers I've ever, like, seriously, bitch, why you dare to run DV shit in your chat or act like you give a fuck about that, or they hand out DV pamphlets at Summer's events. And yeah, he has reached out to him like all y'all to cleanse his little asshole like y'all cleanse molester whales over there. Fuck you mean? Yeah, no, he has a whole group working for him to do that. He's not responsible for Summer vanishing, but he is what he is, and you're protecting him from that. And you use it. And he does go, hey, can you cleanse me? And then y'all know he don't give a fuck about nothing except the cash, and he'll do whatever the rest will do without you. I mean, it's ridiculous. So don't tell me you care that he ain't looking for it, whatever, because y'all doing the dirty work while y'all pretend you care about DV and children, but by God, and then you'll sit over and shit on Fred. You'll keep repeating now he's a child abuser. Well, so's Andy. He's attempted to murder myself and my children numerous fucking times. And with me, goddamn way more than just as a group total. He's abused out of his own mouth, all these things, and you sit there with DV in your shit. Just like those tragic bitches in your chat, like the Skilos, the Gavels, the everybody else's, the Nanners, and all them, have always wrapped themselves around his dick and dared hand out DV pamphlets. Eventually, right? At Summer's events, where domestic violence also played a great role in her life, what she went through. You don't give a fuck, bitch. You only give a fuck about your Ziggy derangement syndrome. While trying to make yourself look like you give a fuck, but your shit don't make no sense. You can't call out Fred Flynn, but not Andy, and make him look like another. And you can't call out Fred and then leave Dawn at it, you know? And be like, oh, the parents of, like the rest of you. You can't have it all the way, 6 up. What if I told you Fred, Andy, and Dawn Mills are all pieces of shit along with Candace? Because she did lay hands on those goddamn kids, too. But that, you gonna stop now. Miss he in there trying to clear yourself. Yeah, you're helping him. Not be known for what he fucking is. You're helping cleanse a fucking monster. And, you know, I'm so sick of hearing 6 up. Overall, you should be like, I'm not like you, Ziggy. I'm different. You know, I'm better than you, Ziggy. No, you're not. What? Raise your hands if you watched all the years that 6 up has gone lower and lower and lower and lower. Man, you ain't no different. Not only are you no different at this goddamn point, this many years in, listening to you from where you began from till now, I'd say you let the pursuit of Ziggy make you worse than Ziggy ever thought about being. It's all you shit, eat, and breathe. You may hate Ziggy's ass, 6. So do I. I despise that bitch more than anything else on earth. And the rest of these tragedy pimps. No doubt about it. Especially those like you, though, and her, who use people's children, target their families, destroy them, cleanse the assholes and monsters by being monsters. Girl, you've become worse than Ziggy. I mean, listening to you these days compared to way back, it's clear you've become worse than Ziggy. Your desperation, your angry rage, your weird attachment. Man, you got to the point to where you can hear it in your voice every stream you run on her, to where even I fear for fucking Ziggy and her kid's life. Like, I really think you are of a, like, real danger to her. Today, when you chat with Skilo and the rest, just like they did me with Gavilan and inciting violence or people to go real life on Ziggy. You did that. Skilo and them did that in your chat today. You do it every live stream aimed at her kid, and then you're like, but her kid, and these, yeah, y'all the ones causing it. Even if you're worried about that child, that you're also causing that child harm by what you're directing on her. How's any different what Ziggy does around Summer's case to everyone? And to children. You're doing it to target her, and you're using her kid to do it. You're hurting her kid, 6. You're putting shit online, 6, no differently than she's putting out about Summer and her brother, 6. Just to get at her, but you're actually hurting her kid. Today, Skilo and everybody else, because of what you were saying, and others are saying, and you probably comment up on your shit, encourage people to go out and kidnap Ziggy's dogs. Others were in there saying they're going to run and snatch the dog. and people are encouraging it, and you propped it up on the screen while also talking about her kid like you do every stream. What if some pervert, sicko, crazy motherfucker in around online watches true crime, like pervs can and probably do, to sort of get off on a spank material, instead of I'm concerned about children, ways, and they get some fucked up idea of they're saving Ziggy's child in their head because of some cretin like you having Ziggy goddamn derangement syndrome. And they go do something to Ziggy's kid because of what you're doing to make them think she's all starving, wave this, there, da 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 da. And every live stream's, oh, we're getting, yeah, it's fine me targeting her because I'm just trying to help her, la 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 la. How are you any better than Ziggy going, I'm helping Summer? How? You're hurting that kid. You're putting shit about that kid online that ain't even true. That I mean, like, it's insane. The fear. I mean, whatever that kid might be going through is with Ziggy as a goddamn parent, because Lord God, I get it. But you're making it worse on her. 6. You're putting out shit online to live forever by her child. 6. No differently than she's doing around other people's kids, including mine and others in and around Summer's case. You know how you used to be pissed off because Ziggy fucking targeted me and my kid? You remember when you were that good of a human being? 6. Where you're like, the bitch is stalking Jody Sue. She's teaching her kid how to go bird. She's being whatever. This ain't cool, her targeting Jody's kid. You remember that? 6? That's where you started out at. Now you're here doing no different. And you're justifying it. No matter what you have to do, you've got to, every 3 seconds you're changing it. Hell, today, I watched you. Ziggy came back with an immediate video of food in her fridge and cabinets and everything else and freezer, and you were still like, oh my God, well, that'll bring food stamps on the 1st. All food stamps don't come on the 1st, and who cares? She did, and then you've got some other weave and bob, and well, that don't matter either. I've got more food in mine than Ziggy does. And then it was some sort of, oh God, clean your grossness, and anything you can do to weasel every time and it's like a picture of Fred. Girl, it don't matter if she gave Cher permission or not share shit. You can't go around showing his shit. She didn't give you express permission to share his picture ID, which is illegal. You can't be doing that shit. The fuck? But then you say you're not, man, and you get caught in your own lies too, just like Sick does every goddamn live stream. While you're giving out the idea that you're this honest, whatever, cherry tree motherfucker, and you ain't. Anybody pays attention can tell it. You sound like the hatred and that you carry for Ziggy. You used to sound like a semi-human 6. Now you sound like nothing. But eat them live. And it really began with Nana and Skilo and Gavel and Ryan and Andy and all them. And you acquired your own Fred. Lord, their name's Ellie. Karen. You acquired your own Ben Hill token. 6, let's be real. And then you started getting views and you got monetized. You're like, oh God, and you were just in awe of all the attention you're finally getting after all the years you being 12 views and this there still bitching about Ziggy, but at least doing it in a human way. Really, I guess, attempting to call her out, man. Even after you and TP started with her and shit. Even after you knew what she was when you met her online while you were doing your own scamming and conning, when your kids were taken or whether you gave them away or not during those periods of your life. You have your own history online, 6, and we all know it. Just stop. The very thing you hated, you've become. And worse than. You're worse than what you're trying to eat, 6. And those of us who've watched you for years, you can. It's sad. If you want to call Ziggy out, you call her out. But ain't none of this shit needed. I mean, I'm absolutely repulsed at this point. There's no bounds you won't go to, whether, I mean, I can't tell you whether it's just full LARPing on your part or part of this group at this point. Obviously, you're part of the group, you're working with all them too in your own ways. You're over a night shift into the hate just began because it's what you were told to do and paid to do and got subs and views and people watching it. Half fake because the group's passing to you. Now you think you're something, right? And you're getting attention just for the girl. It's all you're used for. You can't see past your own hatred of Ziggy, man. And your own needful things and whatever. And you can, I just, and honestly, you've gotten to a point to where I don't care how or what role you're playing in or in this group, or even if y'all are just doing you as a hate channel to play views off Ziggy or make people feel sorry for Ziggy, because goddamn girl, I gotta tell you at this point, I would love to see Ziggy in court and a protection order put out on her ass for me and others, and what she's done and decimated Beach Creek and everybody else around the country, their shit. I'd love to see her sued into oblivion to where she never has a goddamn. I'd love it. I'd love to see her put in a goddamn prison cell for what she's done. Not just in Summer's case, but others as a researcher and what she's done as a terrorist and, psychic and everything else. Y'all met and all the drug groups online a long time ago. 4 summers, and then you joined her on her channel to help do the very shit you now call her out for. You're part of that 6, and some of us haven't forgotten, and you weren't a bit worried when it was happening. I gotta tell you that. Okay? You weren't blind when Ziggy was doing that stuff. You didn't leave her. Other shit happened that separated you, and you became this. Honesty's honesty 6, and you're not being honest to yourself, viewers. I don't know. And I don't care how and when, I don't know. Really. And it's so hard to figure out sometimes. But if you're acting, you're doing a good job at it. The evil in your goddamn voice has gotten worse and worse and worse. The way in which you speak is so poisoned. 6, you've become worse than Ziggy. And I really, honestly, I don't care if you're supposedly 20 hours away from her or 2. You, and it can be shown, have the ability to travel and do travel often. You could make fun of Ziggy's free. I don't know. Alright? But, girl, I think you are a very real danger to Ziggy and her child. I think there's a good potential for you to go off the fucking res, man, and do harm to her. You're doing it anyway through online means. You say you're not, and you don't go real life on people. You don't go into her real life. Yes, you do, and we all see it. We've seen it through all the years. Has she done that to you? Yes. She has. She has, 6. But you built yourself into something you never weren't, and you aren't. You cleanse your own history while pretending that you don't have similar shit, glass, all these things, man. It ain't right what you're doing. It ain't right for you calling her out for Delta 8 while you're over there being, I'm a lifer, but giving people the idea that you're in, complete recovery. It ain't right that you're whatever, and then it's just a facade, just anything you can do, anything you pick out, and that you're targeting, there's no need. You could go online every day and drag the shit out of her or something, man. But you don't have to direct harm and shit towards her. And I'm watching Skilo and them in your chat today do the exact same things they did with Gavel and the rest of this group. To encourage people to go violent on, to stalk, to do bad things, to harm, to set things with our electricity, come harm me, my children. Skilo and them were doing the exact same thing in your chat today, and you allowed it. And I've seen you allow it and encourage worse in your chats over all these months as you continue to get worse and worse and worse. Today I watched them give up the idea that somebody needs to go kidnap Athena. And then people say they were going to do exactly that. Skilo was part of that group. Just like she was what was done to Little and I and others from a family and properties on shit. And you allowed it. And you propped it up on the screen, and it was encouraged in chats. Then you told a cute story about how your kid went and committed crimes by stealing other people's dogs. See how that might look to people out in the world in the bushes you don't even know are there? Could set that shit right the fuck off. Because I'm telling you, it can. Because those like Ziggy have set off shit like that around us. 6, you used to call out Ziggy for that shit. Now you've become part of that hate train to where it targets us with that same group that's been doing it for years while protecting monsters. While protecting the worst monsters. While they themselves are monsters. And what if someone ends up doing harm, thinking they're saving Ziggy's child the same way you got them thinking they're saving Ziggy's dog? You and Skilo and the rest of the band of merry fucking critters, including Rockin' and the rest in chats today. Why you gave out stories of your own kid going and stealing somebody else's dog and da-da-da-da-da right behind it. You're encouraging things that may never be able to be taken back. 6. If somebody goes and does harm to Ziggy or her kid, or breaks in for a damn dog, what if Fred fucking kills him or Ziggy kills him? There's a life lost because you have somebody thinking some shit. And yeah, did any of us want her to have ever had a dog? No. Do we know why she got it? Yes, 6. We do. I don't even want my grandpuppy with the bitch. Obviously, we get it. But doing that shit can bring harm and real life shit. And to say it today, like I heard you say, you're just telling me. No, it counts 6 just the same way it does it. Ziggy does it. Counts. And decimates Beach Creek and all those in it that you say counted so much today. You're doing it to her, even though it's Indiana. Call her out for the real shit, but there ain't no need to put her in danger. Or a kid. or the goddamn dogs. And there wasn't no need to be part of this shit. And you admit to it today, 6, that you're part of it from the beginning. Therefore, you knew the scam they were running. You knew. You had prior knowledge. You involved yourself in part of it. Till right now, today, unless, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter. It's too late. You knew for what it was, but you thought it was going to hurt her. Right? It didn't matter what lengths you had to go to. But now you've involved yourself in some straight fucking fraud, dude. What? Thought it was just online? No. Thought it'd be funsies as long as you could fuck with Ziggy. Problem is, it didn't just fuck with Ziggy. 6. And now the dirty shit, y'all are gonna pile on Brandy when she needs it the least. But mindfuck the public thinking y'all are doing the Lord's work by giving her Brandy. I encourage everyone who's given a dime to share in her bullshit, con rodeo and all this group doing their shit over the last month plus. To make up your own minds and hearts. Know that you can report, ask for refunds, even the super chat stickers, put a stoppage to them. Go back and give that money at 100% to Brandy herself. That way she's not tainted by their dirtiness and what dirtiness can do and eventually lead and put Brandy under more stress when she don't need that. She don't need that. And she'll never need that. She don't need trading dirty money with a side of stress or what can come of this. By no fault of her own. Cher and the rest involved in this, BK, the group, the Hive, 6, whoever else was in on this shit. They can try to do that. Nah. Can't touch this, right? Biden and Christine first, and Brandy next. Trying to hide behind it. No way they can call it anybody calling them out. But man, I'm telling you where this can lead. Can end up causing Brandy stress, and she don't need that. She don't need to be involved in no fucking tragedy pip drama either. Her and Michael, what she's been through, man. Her and her family. They don't need this. Y'all go give to her directly. Y'all know after years watching her, she has methods and portals of her own. No Cher, no 6, no polygraph scam with all of them involved, and Justin lifting shit up last night, and more lives running large tonight needed. And that 6 encouraged or advertised that whatever else y'all gave Cher, even continuing to the end of this month, be giving her Brandy. Don't do it. Don't give her another goddamn dime. You don't have to do it, just like you never had to do it. Not even when Cher and Mark come up with that, oh, let's help rescue fund, even though there was always apparently a button to give straight to Hawkins County. It was testers. It was always testers. And for 6 to sit there today, to all of you on goddamn lie and say she's never really what she don't know. But if Cher was a conner, a scammer, She definitely called her out for it. And then she started deleting people out of chat who were calling out all the different scams. And to know that Six was sitting right there beside of Ziggy in the first of Summer's case, while Ziggy built Cher, Cher built Ziggy, she's fully aware who Cher is and what all she's done. And if she's not aware of Cher and nobody's aware of Cher and never watched Cher, then now Six Up for all this time been telling you she's only here because she's trying to defend Summer against Ziggy. If she's not even aware of Summer's quote case on here, which Cher's unfortunately been a big part of with her scam ass cheeks in Canada. Huh? Bullshit, she doesn't know who Cher is. She's watched her. She knows she was there for the building of all this shit. Six Up was and has been. But she has to play it that way so she can play stupid just to get to Ziggy. Y'all gonna buy it from Six's bullshit? Seriously? You gonna buy it bullshit? Are you? You don't hear Liz to you say she's rarely ever watched Cher. She didn't even really know who her. She never whatever till just now. But if Cher was a scammer, she damn sure call her out. But yet her knowledge were cleansing chat of those who were giving examples of Cher's cons and scams. Really? I remember many streams with Six Up talking about how Ziggy was starting on the Quentin slamming him. Well, obviously Cher was featured in that. We all know how she was got, but Six Up's gonna tell you she was unaware, even though she did every damn live stream Ziggy did during that time. Where even Ziggy called out Cher and Bullhorn and them working together. Lying, conning, scamming, rap, playing the anti-tragedy pimp role. It's cool though, Six Up's got that on lock these days, huh? Anyway, I want y'all to listen to this.
Why did you just
I typed in our chat, Ziggy, Ziggy, Ziggy.
why did you just go ahead and do Andy's? All of a sudden Andy doesn't need one? When we've been talking about it for freaking like
all of a sudden, Andy, in my opinion, never needed one in the first place. Again, Andy is not the one texting people saying, "Can you help me clear my name?" Fred Hill is, and he has been for years. Why does he need his name cleared, Ziggy? Can you answer that? Please.
That was the whole goal of doing it, was to get Andy to do one, and now she freaking says Andy doesn't need to do one. Like, really? So, why is she wait? Right, I don't know how she planned on paying for it.
She did do readings on Cher. That's why it's so funny, because she did. She did actual tarot readings to see if she could trust Cher. And her tarot readings told her she could. So it turns out she's a really bad tarot reader, just like we said.
Yeah, little demon. Doesn't that imply to you all that obviously Teehee Cher's not honest and can't be trusted and Six Up knows it? For sure it does. What, it's okay because it's just Ziggy, but we all know it's group. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's real funny. Cher's not trustworthy, but I mean, just
Oh, fuck, Ziggy. He managed to drive through the bus. Oh, yeah, she drove it over herself without a license. You're so right, Pearl.
well, it's okay. You're getting in to get the whole group together and drive them off a cliff in a bus. 6.
She didn't have the money to pay for it. That's the whole fucking thing. And she didn't want to come back on her. And instead of trying to crowdfund to get it, she didn't want to.
That's not true. The money was done. The money was a done deal. No matter what, if Fred Hill was going to walk in to take that fucking lie detector, that lie detector was paid for. Believe that. Out of pocket.
Oh, you mean all the ones we've seen in the first light offering to pay full out for the test? Probably kept quiet in the background while Cher still raised money, knowing that it would be fully paid for. Most likely. So if it was always going to be paid for as soon as Fred or one of them walked in to do the lie detectors, polygraphs, then why was Cher even raising money fraudulently and under other people's names and shit that she had no right or permission to include? We're under the idea of Ziggy yourself and all this is going to take one and change and shit my way on things. Why were you then part of it for week 6? Knowing that it was always going to be paid for if Fred or Andy showed up. The money was going to be there. Would mean that none of the money scamming, conning, super chats, methods been taken wherever needed. Or, oh, we'll give it to Christine in the end, or a single mother, or whatever. Oh, dear 6.
Period. No, she didn't raise enough money. But that's none of your fucking business, bitch. You didn't fucking raise it. You made it clear. You went over there and said, oh, we'll just do all the crowdsourcing over here on shares.
And see, there's the hell of it, right?
Uh-huh. Isn't that funny?
No, she didn't raise enough. 6 Up admits this. Right? And I guess clearly, at least as far as what they want to show, she didn't. One of those tests was going to be 15 or plus, supposedly, and the other one, who knows what. But, nope, Cher didn't raise enough, right? But.
Oh, fuck.
Freaking says Andy doesn't need to do one. Like, really? So, why is she wait? Right, I don't know how she planned on paying for it.
She did do readings on Cher. That's why it's so funny. Because she did. She did actual tarot readings to see if she could trust Cher. And her tarot readings told her she could. So it turns out she's a really bad tarot reader, just like we said. Oh, fuck, Ziggy. He managed to drive through the bus. Oh, yeah, she drove it over herself without a license. You're so right, Pearl.
She didn't have the money to pay for it. That's the whole fucking thing. And she didn't want to come back on her. And instead of trying to crowdfund to get it, she didn't want to.
That's not true. The money was done. The money was a done deal. No matter what, if Fred Hill was going to walk in to take that fucking lie detector, that lie detector was paid for. Believe that. Out of pocket. Period. No, she didn't raise enough money. But that's none of your fucking business, bitch.
Wow. So the money was always taken care of out of pocket. It was always a done deal that it would be paid for if Fred or Andy walked in. But no, Cher didn't raise enough money. Tells you in the background those offering or whatever. Like we've seen first streamer do, and those who we all know exist in the background, we're gonna pay for that motherfucker. Share in this group, including Six Up, knew that. And with that statement alone, you have to ask, is it then not criminal to continue to raise funds while knowing the damn thing's going to be paid for anyway? Why were you still raising funds? And always, with my name included, that nobody had any consent or right to do. Once I found out, I told y'all to stop. Ziggy was told to be having one, I guess, two at first. Alright? That obviously wasn't a thing. I'd say Andy knew he was never going to take one that was going to end his way. As long as he played along with shit, I don't know. Guess Ream's dad will tell him that at some point. And I'm gonna bet Fred and Ziggy were 7 by the group and all the things to make them think that Andy was gonna take his first, and then Fred wouldn't need one. He'd be like, pfft. And they were just after Andy. And all that many parts of the group were evolving in order to make that a thing. Right? And then be able to make it what they're making it right now, which is distraction to hide the shit coming out that monsters don't like. That's why the group's sitting there with you, huh, Six? While they pretend to give shit about something. While they've hidden monsters, cleansed assholes for. Just like you're doing. And they're helping you out too, ain't they? Six, they have been since you chose to go rabbit on everybody else in goddamn Beach Creek and acquired your own token named Karen. No different than Ziggy Six.
You didn't fucking raise it. You made it clear. You
just helped share scam people that were given. Knowing the whole time. You sat back, you didn't call it out, you just called out Ziggy would be XYZ. You lied to your own subscribers, though today I heard you say, oh no, everything I say in those prior lives of mine in past couple weeks stands. But yet you're like, I tell no lies. But if that holds true, that you're like, well, my lives stand, well, that means the entire time you were doing those lives over the month plus, you were indeed taking your own subs and chat members for rides now, don't it? Yup. Means you knew all this in the background and were working it, doesn't it? Six. Because you're more worried about slobbering like a goddamn demon all over Ziggy. Means you knew.
and said, oh, we'll just do all praise that. Trust share. And
Fully
her
aware.
Freaking says Andy doesn't need to do one. Like, really? So, why is she wait? Right, I don't know how she planned on paying for it. Anyway.
She did do readings on share. That's why it's so funny. Because she did. She did actual tarot readings to see if she could trust share. And her tarot readings told her she could. So it turns out she's a really bad tarot reader, just like we said. Oh, fuck. Ziggy, he managed to drive through the bus.
So you just told the whole world shares not to be trusted. But you had known this and you did. Fine, fuck it, Six. You'll do anything to get Ziggy, right?
She drove it over herself without a license. You're so right, girl.
She didn't have the money to pay for it. That's the whole fucking thing. And she didn't want to come back on her. And instead of trying to crowdfund to get it, she didn't want to.
That's not true. The money was done. The money was a done deal. No matter what, if Fred Hill was going to walk in to take that fucking lie detector, that lie detector was paid for. Believe that. Out of pocket. Period. No, she didn't raise enough money. But that's none of your fucking business, bitch. You didn't fucking raise it. You made it clear. You went over there and said, oh, we'll just do all the crowdsourcing over here on shares. Uh-huh. Yeah, you knew that you were never going to take that fucking test, bitch. Oh,
it actually is a business. You don't know why? Because you watched and did live streams reviewing her and sharing the session and all this other shit. And Ziggy's lives advertising her and Cher and Fred doing sessions. And whatever, leading up to this polygraph shit. It was advertising the polygraph shit and the donations for it. And you were helping in that by live streaming or sniping Ziggy at those times, calling it a scam, calling this and another. You put eyes on it, and you knew behind the scenes you were in and doing whatever with Cher at the same time. Well, what? Lying to your audience, your own subs. And you knew while they were running the rooms back and forth, her and Cher were to raise donations and the hype of both channels. You knew they were defrauding. It was all goddamn scam. You were in on it. You lied to your subs in chat, according to your own words today, on how you just didn't tell them about it during the last lives, but you were fully aware. See, you admitted that too today. 6. All in your incessant, never-ending need to just annihilate Ziggy. You knew. And you knew when Cher was including people's names that she had no right to. That right there is an instant she's doing it under fraudulent terms. And you're part of it, and you chose to be part of it. And in doing what you did, you've defrauded people too. 6. By subs and members who thought doing those live streams that you weren't hands on this shit. And they were calling it Ziggy for being a scammer, but then it turns out you're helping with it. And you knew all along that Cher and her were running a gamut and this there, and you're well aware it was a scam because the goddamn thing was always going to be paid for, and there was no need to even be raising money. See how it works, 6. So, like 3 different ways from Sunday, you knew it was a scam. You helped defraud and scam people around. You helped mind fuck, put eyes on. You knew what Cher was up to. You knew what Ziggy was up to. But the thing is, all that live streaming shit you did, you see, that was Ziggy and Cher running the rooms and donation shit, right? So yeah, I think it is Ziggy's business.
He's never going to take it. You all right that. Oh, fuck, Ziggy. Cher. That's why it's so funny. Because she did. She did actual tarot readings to see if she could trust Cher. And her tarot readings told her she could. So it turns out She's a really bad tarot reader, just like we said. Oh, fuck. Ziggy, he managed to drive through the bus. Oh, yeah, she drove it over herself without a license. You're so right, girl.
She didn't have the money to pay for it. That's the whole fucking thing. And she didn't want to come back on her. And instead of trying to crowdfund to get it, she didn't want to.
That's not true. The money was done. The money was a done deal. No matter what, if Fred Hill was going to walk in to take that fucking lie detector, that lie detector was paid for. Believe that. Out of pocket. Period. No, she didn't raise enough money. But that's none of your fucking business, bitch. You didn't fucking raise it. You made it clear. You went over there and said, oh, we'll just do all the crowdsourcing over here on shares. Uh-huh. Yeah, you knew that you were never going to take that fucking test, bitch. Well, that he was never going to take it. You were never going to allow it.
October 4th?
You can't even go to the bathroom, for fuck's sake.
Well, no, you schedule it after you get paid. You know? She doesn't get paid for this month until the 21st. So how did she plan on paying such a large amount of money?
It was paid. It was going to be paid for. No problem. Don't you worry your pretty little head, girl.
For a polygraph on the 4th, this Saturday. You guys think about it. She threw us under the bus and tried to make us look like the bad people because instead of saying she simply did not have the money for it.
She had the money, dummy. I'm telling you. The money, that was not an issue. Okay? You're welcome.
Money wasn't an issue, dummy. But no, Cher didn't raise enough. And it was always already paid for. See, Six, you just took the whole goddamn group, including Cher and yourself and everybody else in your chats, and Hive there, and BK, I guess, since he wanted to sit on Cher's panel and do it stupid shit too for like the umpteenth time around him and polygraphs and others. And you drove a mile off the cliff in your own bus. And you're glee at thinking, ha, you've got Ziggy. And you going, oh, it's done. It's done today. You're done. It's over. Bitch, you really think so? This is small potatoes compared to the rest of the shit Ziggy's done. And she ain't been annihilated every of those yet, or ever offline for that long. Think this is gonna do it? You're stupid. And God, what are you gonna do then for a career, Six? Huh? What are you gonna do then? At least you got your own token from Beach Creek and Ben Hill. Just like Ziggy. What are you gonna do? Then what are you gonna use? How you gonna on what company you gonna do? And if you're all about the whole game about exploiting children trying to go, then why in the fuck? Literally, that's your whole thing. Ziggy, you're exploiting blah 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 in summer, and then I just want you to whatever for summer. Won't you care about any of the others? You called her out for Queens or trying to get in other cases, whatever. I know damn good well you were not ignorant. And that you were like, oh, Justin, no, I love you. People started calling out Justin and his exploitation of summer. God damn, he's worse than Ziggy. Half the time. Nancy Grace just kicked that dude in the goddamn teeth, Six. He was so bad, like they would put up with even fucking JLR climbing on each other and all them. And with Nancy. But they straight deleted all proof of Justin's existence because of what he did in Sebastian and others. And hell, I don't remember which case. The fake shit. And you today were like, Justin's great. Knowing what all he's done in the summers, too. Bitch, he's made more bank than Ziggy ever thought of. You want to sit there and pretend that you don't know about sharing her ass cheeks to Dawn? But you're calling out Ziggy for nudie pics to rap. Boy, you gotta worry about you six. Anything you gotta weave around, goddammit. Just a sinner on Zig. If you're about that calling out explosion, and God knows last time you got mad at me, chat. Screamed at me real good for the group. Oh dear, pulled your own version. I don't know. You just, whatever. I don't give a fuck. But called me XYZ girl without Ziggy, you wouldn't even be a thing. And without Ziggy being on Summer, you wouldn't be a thing. Without you meeting Ziggy inside the psychic tarot dope shit online long before Summer's case, then helping Ziggy along with TPE/Taco do what Ziggy was doing all those months, you don't be like, ooh, those DC exports. Bitch, you knew like everybody else knew that shit was fucked. But you hit it and helped her. You did a lot of shit for a long time with her. You had your own illustrious career online, just like Ziggy did, pretending to be a psychic and a terrorist and doing research for groups and shit. Until she introduced you to this world from the other. She held space in. And then the shit happened between all y'all. And you became a goddamn deranged lunatic. If it wasn't Summer, you wouldn't be here either, Six. You wouldn't have picked up your own token from being named Karen and others, would you, Six? You wouldn't be back there talking to Andy or getting all the deets on me or knowing shit about property things you shouldn't, all these other things. You were just as involved and goddamn, quote, nosy and embedded in all of our lives in Beach Creek and Sullivan and Kingsport and Johnson City and everywhere else around Summer's case as goddamn Ziggy is Six. And you have no right to be. What the fuck does any of that have to do with Ziggy calling her out for exploitation? Six. It doesn't. You embedded in any of our lives or having contact with any of these others or acquiring your own tokens from Ben Hill or Beach Creek or otherwise around Summer's case, ain't got shit to do with Ziggy. Other than you using them to annihilate Ziggy. But Andy, see, that doesn't fit right. But you're still in contact. You still cleanse his asshole. Still in your chat. You still don't call him out. You hide him. You do for him just like the rest. You didn't before the group come over here and made sure you got higher views and money for it, did you, Six? Finally got one of your needful things. Got news for you, Six. Without Summer, you couldn't have been introduced to this community with Ziggy. your TP. You wouldn't have channels. You wouldn't be getting the money you're getting. And if you're about that calling out the exploiters, and you'd be calling out Share too. Justin too. Rap. BK. TM, which I know you hate TM. You'd be calling them all out. Not just some. Whoever the group decides, whoever you're supposed to, whoever, whatever. Will uphold others. You aren't making money off the 6. People didn't come to watch you. All those years with you with 2 or 3 people watching, talk shit about the Ziggy. There's a billion of those channels that actually call her out better than you do, that people can actually stomach to listen to, that don't sound like a bunch of goddamn deranged lunatic demons after her for personal vendetta reasons, because y'all got some history in true form. 6. The people generally in Summer's case and around it, it's more of a thing, see what she is and call her out. No personal shit involved. You and Ziggy have personal shit involved, and you've gone full psycho tilt with it. And you'll do anything to achieve that good like. And now you're embedded and you're using anybody and everybody around Summer's case to try to do that. You are committing your own varieties of stalking and embedding and asserting in everyone's lives around here in order to do that to Ziggy. And you're hurting other people around Summer's case by doing some of that. You're helping the group also further target witnesses, make others afraid, show them why they should be afraid, etc. Da 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 da. And others are maybe not coming forward. You're doing your own version on 6. While you're swearing shit sticky. All in your personal fucking vendetta, your TPs against Ziggy. You're decimating just as much as Ziggy. Wildly enough, the same crew that supports them all. 6. I know you ain't that stupid. And I know you've watched it. You ain't that stupid. You know?
Right? I guess, right?
But if you're all about to call it the exploiters, right? Why is your live stream condoning so many that are worse than Ziggy? Luffing them right up, making excuses, cleansing chats. Those who are telling you the truth are putting out truth in your chat today. Against Cher and Justin and the truth. Why are you deleting the truth and having Pearl and all the rest carry out that shit in there? Being fully aware of it. You're hiding the truth. And the truth is, you'd suck Justin's asshole or Cher's or anybody else's. As long as he got it Ziggy. He ain't interested in calling them out as exploiters. And honestly, if they put the power of this group or the group that makes you stay in line doing their filthy fucking deeds to cleanse monsters and to target whoever for whatever, so you can have a bigger channel to target Ziggy behind, you know that they would annihilate your 5,000 sub channel right offline. And probably start targeting you real life. And your kids and everybody else, just like you're helping them do it. I think everybody around here knows the drill with that live at this point. You've become the very thing you're just trying to eat. You ate too much, 6.
It's Rihanna, but
You us. Oh, yeah, she drove it over. Can you answer that, please?
that was the whole goal of doing it, was to get Andy to do one, and now she freaking says Andy doesn't need to do one. Like, really? So why is she wait? Right, I don't know how she planned on paying for it.
She did do readings on Cher. That's why it's so funny, because she did. She did actual tarot readings to see if she could trust Cher. And her tarot readings told her she could. So it turns out she's a really bad tarot reader, just like we said. Oh, fuck. Ziggy, he managed to drive through the bus. Oh, yeah, she drove it over herself without a license. You're so right, girl.
She didn't have the money to pay for it. That's the whole fucking thing. And she didn't want it to come back on her. And instead of trying to crowdfund to get it, she didn't want to.
That's not true. The money was done. The money was a done deal. No matter what, if Fred Hill was going to walk in to take that fucking lie detector, that lie detector was paid for. Believe that. Out of pocket. Period. No, she didn't raise enough money. But that's none of your fucking business, bitch. You didn't fucking raise it. You made it clear. You went over there and said, oh, we'll just do all the crowdsourcing over here on shares. Uh-huh. Yeah, you knew that you were never going to take that fucking test, bitch. Well, that he was never going to take it. You were never going to allow it.
October 4th?
You can't even go to the bathroom, for fuck's sake.
Why not schedule it after you get paid? You know? She doesn't get paid for this month until the 21st. So how did she plan on paying such a large amount of money?
It was paid. It was going to be paid for. No problem. Don't you worry your pretty little head, girl.
For a polygraph on the 4th, this Saturday. You guys think about it. She threw us under the bus and tried to make us look like the bad people because instead of saying she simply did not have the money for it.
She had the money, dummy. I'm telling you. The money, that was not an issue. Okay? You're welcome.
Right? I guess Fred does, Rihanna, but she goes, and that's what gets me off so bad is the way she said it to me so condescendingly. Like, for so many months telling me how sus Andy looks and how, like, oh, she believes Fred completely and, like how bad.
I'm so glad that you came in and asked that, Shay, but hold on, because the sound of freedom is over my house.
For, week after week, day after day, they had to turn around and say, oh, the people doesn't want Andy to do one. He doesn't need one. But Fred does. Doesn't that contradict what she just said? That contradicts what she told me. That she thinks Andy's sus as fuck and that she feels sorry for Fred. If you feel so fucking sorry for Fred, then why are you going to make shit worse? And just be honest on what fucking going on. That's all I ask from her, is honesty.
She probably feels sorry for Fred because of the way you treat him. But that's about it, other than that. And also,
well, there's just been she gives a shit about how partners treat partners, but yet she's cool with men that physically, emotionally, mentally abuse others. She's cool with that. She's cool with Andy, she's cool with Donna, she's cool with whoever else suits. But boy, Fred. Anyway, I just, and that she says in there that if Fred had walked in to take that polygraph, it was paid for. Where's the inclusion of Andy? If Andy had walked in to take it, it'd always be paid for. Well, to me, that would say her goal or what she was made that, whatever was, and knew that they were only trying to get Fred on one. Andy was never on take one, period. Which means even further level of knowledge that the whole fundraising thing for the polygraphs was fraudulent, done under fraudulent terms. She knew Andy was never going to be asked to stay or whatever, that obviously I didn't even know what the fuck they were doing my name, and I asked to be removed from it. Cher did not continue to do that shit. BK sat with her, she lifted the shit off, and boy, how much money did they make feigning polygraphed you all back in the day if they knew better. How many cycles this would have been through? They knew better. It means Six was fully aware, to all degrees, that there was like 3 levels of fraud and scam going on here. Including her own. If, like she said today, she stands behind her previous lives. But she had to keep it quiet because she blah, blah, blah. No, she hid that people were being scammed, defrauded by Cher. And semi-by everything else, she didn't call it out. Ain't that a version of exploitation? Too, in and of itself, Six, and you stood back and let it happen? Wasn't that Cher taking advantage of people who really care about Summer and really thought Ziggy, Fred, Andy, or I were going to be on polygraphs? You allowed it to happen. You, therefore, helped exploit. Not just Summer, but others. Cher clearly exploited when she used my name. She defrauded under my name without consent. You're aware of this. You did nothing. You sat back and let it happen. You didn't report it. You weren't 2 seconds flat on the phone to police or others to stop it. You didn't advise your chat on how to report that in real time. None of it. You think, what was it Cher's obviously using? You think she was doing what? Polygraphs, all them? And people that didn't even know she was doing it? Think she was doing it for like, goddamn, what, a rock in a field or something? No, obviously she was doing it in and around Summer's community, here online. People who care and thought they might get answers that way. Cher exploited the shit out of them. You cleansed people out of chat today. You hid the truth. You cleansed people out, giving you the truth on Justin and Cher. Feigned ignorance of who these people were, including Cher, and we all know better. We know you know who Cher is and what she's done. You let and allowed all this to happen, and you helped in it. 6. You helped exploit the fuck out of Minnie, while Cher did it on Summer's name. And now, y'all's dirty barrel of deeds is gonna be like glossed over this. Well, you're giving it to Brandy. No, you're giving problems to Brandy she don't need to be brought into. With dirty money by tragedy pimp shit and your incessant need for vengeance upon Ziggy for whatever psychic dope shit, mutual scam shit you were kicked out of, you know? From her inner circle. Give us all a break. And for the love of God, just quit with our kid, man. We all know here who know the truth that you have your own issues, and it is true. Nobody's a perfect mom, and all those other things, man. 6. And you ain't eager. Stop. There was a time when you didn't have yours, too. And you know it. You know what you're doing and provoking and setting off live stream after live stream is obviously going to cause her child more emotional, mental issues, harm, anguish, fear, than whatever the fuck she's living on top of it, man. And you're putting out shit about her online in a twisted ass way and giving narratives or giving, like, you're hurting that kid, man. And if she has whatever beyond Ziggy, that's gonna be there to follow around, man. Very soon. Leave her alone. You're putting out shit that's gonna follow her. Leave her alone. You're as bad as T and everybody else. You know, all you can do is cuss around other people's kids to get to them. You used to be better than at 6. You used to call out Ziggy for doing that shit to everybody else and all those 6. And those like TM and everybody else for doing it. Look at you now. Stop. And we're gonna go right here.
We're behind in the comments. Hello, I'm sure y'all are like, y'all were about to riot if I didn't go live. My goodness. I do appreciate y'all, though. Gosh, y'all are like, go live. What are you waiting for? It isn't like.
And she is so enamored with the idea that she has people watching her, getting attention, or making money. I remember the stream when she finally got monetized. She was just like, oh God, being shit like I didn't Princess. That was pretty gross. And that only happened really after the Hive came into play for her.
Have a life or anything. The sound cutting out? Was it cutting out? Hopefully the sound is good now. Let me know. Let me know. Welcome in, everyone. Come on in. You got the 666 live. 666 is finally live. You know Ziggy and Fred have been up all night waiting for it. They definitely have their notifications on. Ha! Right, Ziggy? Right, Ziggy? Sound is great now. Okay, good. I was waiting to hear if y'all are even hearing me. Thank you so much. Hey, Breege. Oh, no, Cher. You will have the piggy squealing with your presence in here. Oh, my goodness, Cher. You really done it now. last night. Shared on it. I didn't do anything. I was gonna be to blame anyway, right, guys? It has.
And 6, I want to point out how hell-bent on vengeance you are and how hive-oriented you are anymore and how it's detrimental. And what you've been asked to do and the dirtiness, and you want people to stop exploiting your supposed lyrics, you want answers. You know, when I was in your shit last time, and, tired of you, I asked that simple little question in there for a very good reason. So maybe you could do right and help something that you nor anybody else can piece together. That is really, like, as far as I know, and considering I was there during certain moments and times, or had whatever, it doesn't matter, but that little question mattered a whole of a lot. To me, anyway, is trying to piece things together, which may have meant it mattered a whole hell of a lot to Ellie if there couldn't be anything of it, so like. But you chose to go full hive on my ass. Right? You chose to do what you did. You tell me how stupid and quick that was. 6. Was that helpful? Was it? No. But you're hell-bent. And the hive is using you, and you have agreed to it, and you're not doing anything. And doing that and not even thinking about what you were doing first. It's actually the opposite of helpful. You could have helped. And you chose to be a goddamn demon instead. Because the hive's up your ass. And you had to swap team and be a fucking cretin in your vengeance towards Ziggy. And then to annihilate me when I stepped in that chat. As has been the decree to all in Summerwell's community for about a year now. Right? So, you chose the hive and vengeance oriented towards Ziggy and keeping 5K channel and money flowing. And you reacted before you thought, and you knew, and you have any way of knowing, and now, well, right. Good job, 6. Good job, Hive. Set up teams, pieces of shit. Everybody got them hearts though and hashtags at the ready, don't they?
Not been for how long now? How long have we been here? Ziggy's had her channel for 3 years. Okay, I started reviewing her in January of 2022. We are at October of 2025. Okay, I have been blamed for everything. If the air blew to the west, Ziggy was like, it's 6-Up's fault. If the air blew to the east, Ziggy is like, it's 6-Up's fault. Anything that has happened in her deplorable, what she calls life, has been my fault. So I thought this time, you can actually say that I was in on it. So way to go, Ziggy. You waited for 3 years. Now you can actually say that I did. I knew about it. I mean, not the whole time. You'll find out. When Cher goes live, she can talk about all that. We'll get there. Don't worry. Here.
Y'all heard that, right?
She called.
But Six Up throughout this 6 hour live can't help but basically giving away all the things in her ha-ha to Ziggy. So she basically takes all of everything Cher's gonna talk about, because she just knows about them all. She can't shut the fuck up and leave anything unsaid. And she loves being like, I knew it, all this shit, right, aimed at Ziggy. But then she'd be like, all that shit, but wait a minute. And, you know, Fred and PG and blah, 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 and, you know, all this shit. Then she's just so slobbering over all this idea that Cher's gonna target Ziggy's kid too, and releasing all that, release it. So you want her kid exploited, hurt more, targeted more by many creators online tonight, Six. And you just can't wait for it. Shit that's gonna follow that child around forever. Shit meant to incite and encourage more shit to show up, to put that child in distress, fear, this or else. And just apparently had a knock at the door. Sure, that was encouraged by you, much like everything you can't say it ain't. You do this shit every time you come live. You used to say it's why you had to do it. I just can't. But the glee in which you were saying all that shit tonight, that you hoped, you hoped Cher would do it. You hoped she would actually, and you could just see you get marked up and bent out of shape. You really hoped Cher would put out all that stuff about her kid. Oh, the amount of excitement was palpable on your fucking demon tongue. Sick. You shouldn't. If you don't want kids around summer, or in Belson Beach Creek, or otherwise, like you said tonight, remember? Leave everybody in Beach Creek and around Summer's case alone. By God, you ain't. They've all been there. Yeah, we have been through them. And those hands that you're holding, that are right up your ass, getting you those subs, clicks, views, super chats, etc., PayPals, all that shit for doing what you're doing. Well, you held your own Ben Hill token. See, you gotta stop. That kid don't need no more honor. And she don't need y'all's bullshit following around for the rest of her life. Because you're so hell-bent on Ziggy. That ain't hurting Ziggy. It's hurting her kid, man. Let me repeat that for you. That ain't hurting Ziggy. It's hurting her kid. And the danger you continue to put her in with predators that can be watched online inside of these very communities that they probably flock to Six and hide in bushes watching. It's fake material. Let's be real. And enjoy watching is like, you know what I mean? I know you know what I mean. For them to get one of them to get some fucked up savior idea, which a lot of predators use, and go target Ziggy's daughter. Or like you did today with the idea of going and taking Ziggy's dogs. Getting her daughter to be like, Six, you're putting her in danger. And your incessant, non-stop targeting of her kid in your lives is causing stress for her. On top of Ziggy being her mom. Let's be real. We get it. And also, what if the stupid shit you're doing, the way in which you're doing it, sets Fred off at some point, or gets some lunatic around there that sets Fred's perma-tweaker off. You know what I mean? That's dangerous too. Do you understand me? You're increasing the chances of things happening, setting off, someone getting hurt, harm coming to her daughter, somebody getting killed, murdered, kidnapped. That's what you're doing, man. You sit there today saying you never went real up on, you ain't doc smart. Yeah, you did. You used other people's posts. You got tactic just like Ziggy does when she docs all this. She lets the third channel look just like BK and TMNF killer aiming at us. And then they use his videos or use this one's videos. Use the post from Crystal to do certain shit around Ziggy. Still docs just like you pretend that just because Ziggy gave permission to share that gives you right to post Fred's ID. It does not. And you know that's a no-no. And then you lied to people and immediately said, oh, but they had permission, but I didn't delete it. But then you're like, well, I did put it. Then I did delete it, and but only after. And I mean, you can catch you lying in real time, just like you can Ziggy 6. You're no better than him. You're worse. And if you think Ziggy really don't give a shit for a kid, man, you think targeting her kid's gonna bother? No, well, she'll exploit the shit of her own kid, obviously. Look at her having her mod and PGs and everywhere else, right? Shares, who the fuck? Look at it. Look at her teaching her how to stalk too. What? Come on, y'all. Man, we know. But you are hurting Ziggy by continuing to target her child sex. You're further harming that kid. And you encourage and share to put out shit on our kid for more channels, more views, more eyes, especially since Justin. That's why you were all up on that. Like, oh, Justin's the great guy, leave me, he's just always honest. No, he's not. He's a known wild-ass explorer. Even Nancy Grace deleted all evidence of. But you're hoping for some views and clout and points and to be gotten further and further up in the little echelons of this group to build up so you can hammer Z even harder. So you might be something too one day online. I don't know, man. But let me make it clear. You're hurting that child, not Ziggy. And y'all are doing shit and putting it out that's gonna follow the child, not Ziggy. I don't like Ziggy any more than the next person. But I do not wish ill or bad for her child. I don't wish her to be put in harm, terror, fear, over and over and over and over and over again. By assholes online that just don't like her mom. Or that know what her mom is. Or that know shit about her mom. Or that whatever. And it's Ziggy. That's Ziggy, man. Not her kid. I don't Just like I didn't want any bad for Cam and Allie's. I don't want any for yours, Sixes. I don't want any for Ziggy's. I despise the fuck out of Tiffany Marie. I know what she's done around Cam's patients himself. You know, everybody else's sons witching them dead, saying that's what their mamas wanted. God, it's hard not to be that karma bitch, you know? And they just hammer on her right now. Especially what she's still doing to us right now. While, yeah, you think she's busy, just like you called out today. But I wish nothing but good for her son. I hope he lives a long, healthy life. I don't want just watching all of y'all target the shit out of each other's and everybody else's children. And watching when all y'all done. Especially with monster daddies, right? And others around Hunter and True and Bear and all the kids want kin, but you can't hunt them the way you do the rest. So many other minor kids y'all don't even know of out here publicly they've targeted to try to get around. Because they're part of Summer's life, the shit you've done to my children. I mean, Journey, the rest. It's horrendous. And the way in which you target one of those children, or you women on here say you care about children. And in half of these cases, you're like, they overuse DCS, these are this area. Well, yeah, they get very, very cautious and sometimes can't make the right call because of people going tit for tat or weaponizing or playing TE games just like you bitches do every day online in drama and crama and apparently true crime where all of y'all care about children. They want you to watch this shit where these women are clearly, they're not hurting them. You know, yeah, you might put one of the other creator in fear for a bit, right? Get them blackmailed, bullying to submission, doing whatever you want, get them offline, whatever by that. But then at the end of the day, it boils down to you're causing distress and fear, sometimes repeatedly in children. That's not healthy for them, or issues that can develop because of that. Are lifelong things that can be caused by that to them, all because you all wanted to do funsies online or hurt other women. And you know, it's the easiest, quickest way to get to them. Well, y'all sit here and proclaim you give a damn about kids. You watch them actually get hurt. And you revel in it. It's pretty sick. Yeah, I don't like a great deal fucking many of you. But I don't wish anything ill upon your children. Nor do I think they should be gone real life on or harmed or made afraid or terrorized or shit misused to target them. To make you all, what, afraid, terrified, fear driven, do whatever, afraid of the next, knock on the door, whatever. No. And nobody else should be either. You're exploiting Z's 6 and you're making money on it. But you drive fear and terror and knocks doors, and in your chats and what you're doing, you're sending people there to go real life to snatch up dogs. But the same people like Ski and Deets and the rest, the Gavels and everybody else who did the same exact shit to us, just like Ziggy has, that you used to call out. You're letting the same group, same exact group, help you do that. And help do it in your chats to her. And in case you ain't noticed, 6, that shit's brought real knocks, real shit to our real lives. And you know it, which is why you're allowing it in yours. You're hoping other people do shit, just like when you bring up Zig's kid every time. You hope other people do it. And then you can pretend to your audience you're not going real life on Zig. Yes, you are. You're using what amounts to a propaganda machine and a pebble pushing and a chat. You know how this works. You and TP helped Ziggy with it for a long time. You're well adept at it. And let's be real, 6, you have your own long-lived history. Long history of conning and scamming online. Google all these places, everything. Long before you came in contact with Ziggy. And got on YouTube with her. Helping her with it. Until somewhere near December of 21. Right. Though I don't know about those dates, I'd have to go back and check. When you supposedly parted ways. Either way, I think this says it. 6.
Life has been my fault. So has it not been for how long now? How long have we been here? Ziggy's had her channel for 3 years. Okay, I started reviewing her in January of 2022. We are at we done it last night. Cher done it. I didn't do anything. I was gonna be to blame anyway, right, guys? It has it not been for how long now? How long have we been here? Ziggy's had her channel for 3 years. Okay, I started
6. You know and I know Ziggy has had her channel, as she proclaims, since September of 21. Can you not do the math? Right. Or you just try, come on now. You're saying 3 years, though. Girl, she's been online for 4. Out in the open. Before that, she was in and around all the other channels. She was with Molly Go Lightly and Justin. All them researching. She was heavy into the tarot psychic shit. As you clearly knew, you acted recently like you just found out. She used to do tarot shit, online, scamming that way. You didn't just find out, you knew. Because by that point, you and Ziggy, before Summer's case, had already come into contact online and around the dope groups, methadone, spikes, whatever that shit was, and conning, scamming shit, and psychic shit. You were all over the place for years, doing just what's worse. You were all like, hey, money this, hotel that, dope, whatever, need my meds, Christmas tree, food for my kids, whatever it was. There's receipts out here on you, six. You're lying. You've been lying. You've been weaving a tale of your glorified self now. So that way people who don't know any better think you're way up here and Ziggy's here, not knowing the history and who you really are. And saying Ziggy's only had shit off 3 years is inaccurate and bad math on your part. And leaving out all the things she was before at her proclaimed September channel. Bullshit. It's about like Crystal and her identical ideal. Y'all are crazy deranged individuals.
Reviewing her in January of 2022. We are at October of 2025. Okay? I have been blamed for everything. If the air blew.
So she only had channel for 3 years. How were you reviewing her before she ever existed? That lifer thing getting to your brain cells and math or what? Right.
The West. Ziggy was like, it's 6 ups. Oh,
and why'd you leave out the part where Ziggy had a channel and then your channel started reviewing her? You're acting like you just came online in January of 22 to review her. You leave out the truth, which is with Ziggy. You and TPE/Taco started with her. You don't want people to know that, though. And that you were with her all that way. And you've been with her for years behind the scenes and in all these little groups on Google and everywhere else in the line prior to Summers. You knew her for a goddamn long time, 6. But you're cleansing here. You're acting like you just came online suddenly in January 22 to the Lord's work and target the shit out of Z for years. Not call her out, not whatever. No. To target her, I'm not mincing words here. Because you want it to be that way. You're leaving out the truth, 6. And you know it. If you wanted people to know the truth, you'd be like, well, I knew Zig for a long time before. Was coding with her in many arenas online and the psychic shit and fraud shit and dope shit. Because we were all dope sick. I needed money for hotel rooms. So you and your kids had places to stay at night. This between you having them and not having them and all that. Right? People might dig too much to figure out who you really are, 6. Your real history. You want to pretend now you just came online to suddenly review her in January 22. Because you don't want people to know. Otherwise, you would have spoken all the truth. But you started at January 22. You didn't tell people that you were with Ziggy the entire time. DCS reports, fake calls, fake panelists, her trying to set up people, her going back and forth, all this shit, her being with MGL, the dirty shit she was doing, rock, paper, scissors. You were there for, you were there, 6. You were there for all of it. UNTP. And you know it. But you left all it out. Don't act like you just come online magically out of nowhere in January 22. Don't.
Has it not been for how long now? How long have we been here? Ziggy's had her channel for 3 years. Okay, I started reviewing her in January of 2020.
And that channel, you and everybody else will say that she monetized on somewhere in that DCS shit. But what's Ziggy really done all that? That DCS shit wasn't enough to get her views. You know what it did? Trying to lure in the MOA Jody Sue while May May came into my Facebook going, you're gonna be in cuffs, all this shit. Trying to lure me over to watch Ziggy go over my materials and my DV and my this there. She clearly monetized her channel on it in the same breath, saying, yeah, Jody Sue's DV and cancer is real. It's horrendous. And she read out a bio that was like fucking 10, 12 years old by that point off of Facebook. In one sentence, she said, well, monetize her. And while speaking about my DV and shit, after she'd done a couple lives, that's when she finally got enough views and much time on it to monetize. She started monetized Discord too. Ziggy's channel is monetized. Yes, because she did DCS and around summer, because summer, but she still didn't have enough to monetize to start on Jody Sue. And she never let the fuck off. Because the drama around us, what you all have done all together is paid the most. The hate train. Otherwise, y'all relied on 6 fucking articles. All contaminated by prayer garden. And that would have got redundant real quick, wouldn't it? I'm sick of it. 6. Her, you, the rest, even you can't tell the truth. Ain't nobody in there.
Oh, Cher, you will have the piggy squealing with your presence in here. Oh my goodness, Cher. You really done it now. We done it last night. Cher done it. I didn't do anything. I was gonna be to blame anyway, right, guys? It has it not been for how long now? How long have we been here? Ziggy's had her channel for 3 years. Okay, I started reviewing her in January of 2022. We are at October of 2025. Okay. I have been blamed for everything. If the air blew to the west, Ziggy was like, it's 6 Up's fault. If the air blew to the east, Ziggy is like, it's 6 Up's fault. Anything that has happened in her deplorable, what she calls life, has been my fault. So I thought this time you can actually say that I was in on it. So way to go, Ziggy. You waited for 3 years. Now you can actually say that I did. I knew about it. I mean, not the whole time. You'll find out. When Cher goes live, she can talk about it.
I mean, seriously, dear public, how they're watching first live stream, 7 minutes. The 6 Up's incessant derangement Ziggy syndrome. She clearly states she was part of it, and meaning there was something to be part of, and that she knew about it. That means all the scammy, fraud, bullshit Cher and the rest were up to, including 6. And now they're gonna be like, oh, but we're giving to Brandy. No, what they're doing is giving a problem to Brandy she don't need. Or that could one day cause problems for Brandy, or, all this other fuckery and dirty money shit. Nobody needs to be put like, or even no. Which is why I'm telling y'all to think real hard tonight about going and reporting any super chat stickers given any of these fucks over the last month plus. Any PayPal's, Cash Apps, whatever. You can dispute them. You can say they were obviously raised under fraud. You can use 6ups words here and shares on 6ups Live. You can use the fact that they included people without their consent, against their wishes, who were also repeatedly asking them to remove them from their fraud games over there. And you all can then go give that money at 100% to Brandy through her own methods of intake, which she does clearly have listed on her portals and stuff are running. Alright. Y'all don't need to go through Share or fucking Six or fucking Zig or anybody else. None of that shit. And when Six on this live today said clearly and stated they, I guess, even though none of the polygraphs are happening, but whatever that you all continue to give towards them, which makes zero sense with what you all just heard about it having been always planned to be paid for anyway, though Share didn't raise enough. I mean, makes no sense. No more money needs to be raised or given to these people for any reason over there for polygraph, and you don't have to do that. Go give it to Brandy directly. And that way she ain't handed further dirty fucking money that could cause her stress and problems that woman does not need in her life. Ever. And because of how the health and her immune system for the rest of her life needs to remain such to avoid rejection of her new liver. And man, she don't need none of this. The amount of stress that could cause her could end up causing her body to reject. Do you understand that, Share? 6, Benny, Ziggy, Fred, the rest of you idiots in the background helping with the shit. Those of you who are willing to pay fully for the polygraph but new Share was still fundraising anyway. All of you in on this. Are you aware of what that stress or any of that or the thought prospect that y'all now, without, like Brandy's knowledge, most likely be like, oh, we're going to have Brandy last minute as one to receive this. Well, you all clearly have been scamming, defrauding, aware, her immune system needs to be tip-top and stay that way. It's going to be hard for her to, she can't imagine what that woman's going through in life. And will continue to surrounding Michael. She don't need the rest of y'all in your dirty tragedy pimp games that could cause her more stress or knocks her or any of that shit. Or fuck her. She don't need your goddamn dirty tragedy pimp dollars. If your subs or chats or else want to give to her, they ain't gotta give to her through you all. She has her own portals. They can go over and give. But Sharon and them notorious for not doing the actual links to others. Or doing the same shit they always do again. And Ziggy, shut the fuck up. Swear to God, the bitch just went live with the title of Meanwhile, Summer is Still Missing. Shut the fuck up, Ziggy. Shut the fuck up. And you know damn good and well you ran on this shit with all of them. Even those 6 things she was playing a game, so were you, so were Cher. It's just different sides. While the Hive's involved, pretending that they're gonna come make tents to in your area and hashtag whatever they care about, whatever kids. and exploitation. Like, shut the fuck up, Ziggy. Shut up. Fraud ass. Can't let him night. But I'll tell you what matters right now. And then that's you all being aware of this shit. So y'all pick up on how these games, this con and circuit works around true crime. A long-lived group around many open and active investigations. But that they're hurting many. And it ain't calling them out that hurts people. That can be a double-edged sword. If y'all care about Brandy, you don't want dirty tragedy, pimp, fraud, scam dollars to fuck with her life. That's just all I'm saying. Go give it to Brandy directly for the right reasons. Her and her family definitely could use the help, I'm sure. But what they don't need is a Cher and Ziggy and monsters and dirtiness and filth that could lead to stress for her family worries she does not need. And y'all should not want for that woman. She's been through enough. And if Six and Cher, I just. But this, let's be real, is Cher who tried to trigger Brandy and do shit by even having a monster up there on panel making money on Brandy's kid. Talking about his caseless shit. Exploiting the shit out of Michael the same way she has Summer with her ass cheeks and all. Repeatedly. While being a monster, while condoning monsters, cleansing them. And those like Six today be like, oh, she's really trying to get answers for some. No, man. Anything Cher did after, I don't know, probably that main marathon her and we could bring up a whole whatever we're involved in. So everything's kind of moot after that point. But you know what's not going to happen? Really, any good lawyer or defense, whatever. Anything after she gave anything, including ass cheek photos to Don Wells, if it happens to end up being something usable that Cher got at some point, they can point to those other things she's done, given, tried to do, dirty money, ass cheek photos, shit sharing him directly with this group and Hive and all that around Dawn and Candace or any of it. But especially those ass cheek photos. And then whatever Cher, if ever she's got anything, they and a judge or anybody else can rule cannot be entered into evidence or usable in court because of Cher's stupid flat ass. Or anything else in between dirty she's done. Or given in this stealing. See how it's work? That's how it works. That's how it works. Which is probably your all's intent and destruction of a case, and all evidence and acquiring them. Trying to really just, planning every active, ongoing profile, but especially sharing this groups now. It's the thing. Sick as fuck. So no, 6 and the rest, and idiots who believe that these goddamn low life get off the ride, go real life fun motherfuckers are really trying to solve or do or help. They're not. The dirty ass shit and games and ass cheeks and the way in which they go about trying to get shit, you all really think, it actually ends up being ways in which shit can end up not entered in court or thrown out or not used. It's not real helpful. But they got y'all mind fucked. Mind fucked as hell. But yeah.
We'll get there. Don't worry. You can. Ziggy was like, it's 6 up swell. If the air blew to the east, Ziggy is like, it's 6 up swell. Anything that has happened in her deplorable, what she calls life, has been my fault. So I thought this time, you can actually say that I was in on it. So way to go, Ziggy. You waited for 3 years. Now you can actually say that I did. I knew about it. I mean, not the whole time. You'll find out. When Cher goes live, she can talk about all that. We'll get there. Don't worry.
Means you were in on it. You knew about it. You had a little bit of time to clearly know what you were getting into. Still chose and you did it anyway. I don't know how to take that, Clouds 420.
Hearing her scream last night. Ziggy.
All I ask is that if you live locally, though I have seen your name in chats, that you leave us be. Locally. You, leave us be, period, in person and in real life. Know what I mean?
Ziggy.
Why didn't you just go ahead and do Andy's? All of a sudden, Andy doesn't need one? When we've been talking about it for freaking, like,
all of a sudden, Andy, in my opinion, never needed one in the first place. Again, Andy is not the one texting people saying, can you help me clear my name? Fred Hill is, and he has been for years. Why does he need his name cleared, Ziggy? Can you answer that? Please.
That was the whole goal of doing it, was to get Andy to do one, and now she freaking says Andy doesn't need to do one. Like, really? So, why is she wait? Right, I don't know how she planned on paying for it for anyway.
She did do readings on Cher. That's why it's so funny, because she did. She did actual tarot readings to see if she could trust Cher. And her tarot readings told her she could. So it turns out she's a really bad tarot reader, just like we said. Oh, fuck. Ziggy, he managed to drive through the bus. Oh, yeah, she drove it over herself without a license. You're so right, girl.
She didn't have the money to pay for it. That's the whole fucking.
And let's be clear, also by stating it, 6 Up, it means you knew Cher was not trustworthy. Go figure. And she was up to no good. And what she was doing, it means that sorry, one of the cats was up to shenanigans. And that you knew the whole thing. Like, I just, and that Cher was a scammer and a fraud, and this the other man. It's exploitation of meaning. And you were cool with it. You're used to that. Because you knew that when you used to work with Ziggy too. Well, she did the same exact shit, 6. Turns out, you'll work with any fraudster and scammer. Even years apart, you'll do it. You have a needful thing far beyond Ziggy too. Because you're working with Ziggy, defrauding, lying to the public, fake panelists, fake DCS, all that shit. Now here you are with Cher, 4 years later, doing the same thing. And you're okay with it, and you're pretending like it was all the Lord's work. As all of you work together to do the skin to the public, the Sarah, da 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 da. I mean, I just. And the reason that Fred might feel certainly, other than his own stupidity, forgetting when he's whatever, and now he's made himself look with her and everything else, might be because of the scriptwriters like PG and him that you watch Ziggy and Cher build up, right? 6, you watched all of them be built. And you watched and knew what all these people were doing in and around Summer's case all these years. And how the script was always like, because of the hive around the wells, and what everybody else wanted script written, and wanted to make things look, especially since all the hive come out of McDonough's asshole, and everything in the Wells universe is technically owned and operated by McDonough's stupid ass. Anyway, all got the goddamn ties. But anyway, You know? To make more content, to make false suspects, to make this, make that. They've always wanted certain characters aimed at, especially Dawn and Candace, and it ain't because they're guilty or sus. It's because of what their lying bastard ass selves were fucking coughing at you all, and you're like, ooh, scripted must likely be all there's an incident, la 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 la. And so now an abundance of people that are innocent, not guilty in the least, witnesses only, just average burnout ass schizophrenic tweakers, who knows what, look certain ways. We're meant to get book deals, documentaries off of, keep monsters walking, and tragedy pimps making money for years as they destroyed everything intentionally, like they're doing in every case people like you are uncertain in. You know? It's probably why a whole abundance of people around Summer's case feel like they have to come out, clear their names, do this, or fight back, or anything else, you know? Could be that. But I've never really heard Fred be like, I cleared my name, you know. Fred's an idiot, okay? He's also Fred. He is one fucked up individual. He is what he is. But, and Ziggy's used him for damn sure. I think we all know that. And everybody can say that Karen cares and she loves him where, I mean, maybe that's true, but everybody also said on a panel like Six's, well, she makes him look like a toucher or a creeper or this, that, whatever. Why would you allow somebody to do that? If it's that you care about him and want him back home and away from Ziggy, you don't then make people like today. You don't sit with Sixes and else's that are making him and shaping him to look even worse than he already goddamn does. If you care about him and want him just away from Ziggy and back home to Tennessee. You reach over and you smack a bitch with a blue wrench till her shove it up her ass. She's trying to make your butt look certain ways, while really acquiring you as a token and a way to target Ziggy. Even if you two hate Ziggy, like all of us locals hate fucking Ziggy. I think there's a few of us that know that what Ziggy's done's gotten some real harm threats passed back and forth. What she don't even know she's doing, what Fred's doing through us. I mean, it may have already spilled a great abundance of blood that looks like it's not necessarily been spilled, or will never be taken seriously or solved or looked at. I think we all know that there's whispers and words of hits or, you know, this or out, or some things are set in motion that can't be stopped. For when eyes fade, and they will, things will light off. Because what tragedy pimps have done in a place they never had a right to step into, that some warned them not to, begged them not to. Those like Zig, the goddamn Hive, the rest. But yeah, that's swear to God, if I hear one more of them, so, but they gave us sweet tea and were nice to us when we were stalking them or inserting or stopping by us. And we got what we're supposed to act out. See how we can use that as content. Tell you most of the goddamn locals and Meadow Beach, Creek and Bells wants to reach out and smack the fuck out of you out through ones and zeros. They do not want you there. They do not want you around here. They don't want your goddamn party visits and tragedy pimp get-togethers. They like real things for summer. And y'all aren't real things. And they know what many of us know. That if y'all never clawed in or around Summer's case, or been up to your bullshit, or going real life, or on the ground, chances are Summer's case would already be closed. Summer would be brought back home. And people would already be arrested.
And she didn't want to come back on her. And instead of trying to crowdfund to get it, she didn't want to.
That's not true. The money was done. The money was a done deal. No matter what, if Fred Hill was going to walk in to take that fucking lie detector was paid for. Believe that.
And see, she leaves out Andy. She knows what the end goal was. And also, what she's leaving out is also the truth, which is, man, if you think Ziggy and Cher didn't work this together too, or other players in it, you're stupid. Fucking stupid. It's being worked from about 3 goddamn sites. And Benny's somewhere in that fucking circuit. TM2, obviously, since she gave up her old, important, she has better things to worry about time again to be over in Ziggy's, making sure Ziggy stayed on track. And she had her histrionic meltdown. Even Six Up couldn't help but be like, why in the hell is TM over there in Ziggy's chat? Well, I don't know, Six, Pearl, the rest of the drugs, that kind of shit out. Because TM's doing the same thing she does when she's part of shit. Targeting children shit, criminal shit, fuck up shit, set up shit, Cindy shit, Penny shit, and Jenny Penny shit, and 7 Nick A set up shit, and Slay shit, and trying to get shit right shit. She goes to make sure generally Ziggy or Caminales or whatever aren't fucking up too much, or tries to keep them in line, or she winds herself around and play fairy godmother or protector of them while being a designer or weaseler or whatever bad's going on at the time that's actually part of it all. That's what she does. It's when she appears. We all know this. She got time though. Despite her own situation, she got time. Just like her and Nick had time to be all like, meth this, Dawn's twin sister that. Bullshit. To attack other cancer patients with disabilities. Some shit just, they ain't got no lows, man. They don't. They ain't right. They ain't them right.
Kid. Period. No, she didn't raise enough money. But that's none of your fucking business, bitch. You didn't fucking raise it. Out of us.
You all can clip these. I doubt anybody will, because God, it won't help the circle of tragedy pimp con scamming online and call it out. You can obviously hear the first piece before 7 minutes in, and the one, I don't know, 140-ish, 150-ish mark. And then there's so many other marks that count in this live of sixes, let me tell you. But you go for yourself. Hear it for your goddamn self. Clip it for yourself. And that's really all any of you need to go report Share and the rest did on this shit, or even Six's channel for being part of this shit. Or, I don't know. That's her for your shitbags. She clearly knew all this shit and lied to y'all in the last few lives. Taking you out for a run, too.
Gosh. Striking evil.
It's not
And
that. That's different.
Shocker. 6-Up was right again. That if I had anything to do with it, that I would have been like, pay for. Again, Andy is not the one texting people saying, can you help me click?
No. Because y'all formulated him up to look like he was a fucking suspect, too. That includes Sheriff and Ziggy and all them, and McDonough's stupid ass. Instead of just leaving it all separate, DV1 places, and whatever, right? But. And feeding him full of shit, just like Ziggy fed Fred full of shit. You know? And then the group in the hive cleanse for him. And him and the wifey do all the shit in the background while pretending they're victims of, just like Fred does. See, I'm sick of it. So yeah, of course, out in the open, he's like, please, just having y'all do the dirty work and targeting like Candace and Dawn do, like the rest do. Fuck you mean?
I typed in our chat, Ziggy, Ziggy, Ziggy.
Why didn't they just go ahead and do Andy's? All of a sudden, Andy doesn't need one? When we've been talking about it for freaking, like,
all of a sudden, Andy, in my opinion, never needed one in the first place. Again, Andy is not the one texting people saying, can you help me clear my name? Fred Hill is, and he has been for years. Why does he need his name cleared, Ziggy? Can you answer that? Please.
That was the whole goal of doing it, was to get Andy to do one, and now she freaking says Andy doesn't need to do one. Like, really? So, why is she wait? Right, I don't know how she planned on paying for it.
She did do readings on Share. That's why it's so funny. Because
Hold on. Alright, guys, you're going to bear with me for a minute. Sorry. This is one of them nights. So, I ain't even gonna say the weirdest shit I've ever seen. Because it ain't. Anyway, shit just lit off around here. And I ended up having to, like, run through goddamn woods one way and fucking across roadways and the creeks and backfields of everybody in the neighborhood and middle goddamn dark. Try not to get eaten by anything, shot by anybody, all like barefoot and fucking shorty shorts. It's always like that. It's never when you're fully clothed and like, you know, and it never happens. Never happens that way. You know? Never. Anyway, I'm now freezing my ass off. I come in and I had to wipe down, obviously. And I'm freezing to fucking death. And so I'm trying to temp adjust here. It ain't that cold out there, it's a me thing. But, yeah. 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 Mm-hmm. It's just my type of night. Anyway. No. Julie. Anyway, yeah. Nobody needed all that. That's all I'm saying. Nobody needed all that. And so, I'll definitely probably get off here in a second because, it's a little rough. Not been so well as obviously last night. All that shit. And, did not expect to have to. Shit pops off though. Has a way about it. No choice. Didn't feel like it. Is what it is. Anyway. Well. I wouldn't die. While you're here. I did figure out on 2 of my accounts that I do indeed have 3 times speed. I just hadn't paid attention to it. I'm not gonna use it, but I do indeed have it. I was like, why the hell's that I got that? I don't know. I figured out why too. It's because I don't use that feature, and it's on 2 other accounts. So. Yeah. I'm like, well, I'll be damned. I do have that. That's right. And I figured out why. So that's nice to know. Weird part is I'd prefer for that to be on my main. I may have to change some shit around. Really can't. Well, because some nights I just over here to get through shit quicker. We could just listen to it like zzz, earthquake max. Here it is. There it is. Right. Anyway, did I just see a change title? Is that the fuck I just seen? Cause I feel like I'm tripping balls. Uh, I like I said earlier, come up as the title is meanwhile, and then it's going. There was something else. Or is that a second or a 45th one today? But yeah, looks like. And why in the hell do I get notifications for fucking people I'm not sub to? How does that fucking happen? And that's always been a fucking thing. Like, for real. That's how I inevitably came to this. Like, you know, my phone notifications show me shit. That one day, for being in chair, and I just like tap the notification. I was like, what the fuck is this? And I had my name in or something. And I was like, huh? And I tapped the thing, or I didn't or I did. I don't know. But I come in mid chat. Shear's talking shit about like Ziggy after the main. Yeah. And, probably trying to do the same Larian type shit, you know? But I still have yet to this day figured out how in the hell they got onto that particular. Because you had to be some sort. I was not. Never was. And I wasn't even anywhere near. And like, there they are. You know, and then that's when shares like somebody's kicking into the table. Lorraine, Emma, Ziggy, Smiley type of shit, you know? Like, well, fuck you, bitch. You know? And then as bad as Ziggy ever reading off a fucking 12, 13-year-old bio on a Facebook. And hell, now it's been fucking over 2 decades since I wrote that. But yeah. I'm like, you know? Same thing though. But here's where, and then I was like, the fuck? She was talking shit about me. They had to have somewhere already been in the device to know that, or are they just banking on me seeing this shit? I don't know, and I'll still to this day never know how they come up on my damn phone. Not on YouTube, but in the goddamn notifications on my phone. For it to even flash across front of it, especially that phone back in the day. And I've yet to this day to figure that out. Like, somebody to be in my shit, right? Even at that point. How the hell's that happen? You know? And I can't remember if that one was before or after me having to ask who or what a Ziggy was after being threatened by May. Alright? It turns out it's everywhere, even still, obviously, as we all know. Then I go there and yeah, after friends were like giggling me on the phone, they're like, no, you won't believe this bitch. Figured out what his egg is. And I think I was triggered minds at the time and Squall, both, because they had interacted with me in the first like day or two there because of Candace. And but I was on the phone with my besties and I was like, the fuck? And they went to, and that's the night Z was reading out the fucking like 10, 12, it had to be like 12 years old bio from Facebook at that point. That's when I first started. So anyway, yeah. Like, and she was struggle busting with the hooked on phonics thing. Yeah. And be like, ooh, this is all it had to be written in some arena. No, it wasn't. Anyway, stupid. The learning tactics are stupid. But I will never to this day figure out how in the fuck that Beanie and Share thing came across my notifications on my regular phone, though I was not a viewer or partaker in YouTube in any way at that point. I had no idea fuck. Wasn't watching. We definitely goddamn went and subbed. I knew what both of those two. I just didn't know who or what. You know what I mean? And I could hear them in the phone, background, whatever. Candace and all that shit, obviously, but I didn't. You know, but how in the hell did that happen? I'll still never get it. But weirder shit's happening. God damn, I'm freezing. That water was a little cold. Jesus. It's just a me thing, though. It's probably not. I know I needed that shit tonight. Nobody. Nobody needed that shit tonight. Hey, brother. Are they pulling the whole Summer's missing in the chaos thing? Is that what it is? Aren't they always the same shit they're creating to actually distract from and cover up all the bullshit and keep anything remotely like the truth or facts or others from hearing other things that could figure it out? Any of that? And she ain't lost. Here, she's purposefully everything, but man, she's out here in the real world somewhere. With real agents and law enforcement working her real case, thank God. Wherever she is not where she belongs. And this place is hell bent and has been since local tragedy pimps already work on tragedy pimps and the groups like McDonough's and shit. Leftover from Boswell and other cases, and I got wind of her missing, and then the alerts and everything went out. And people like her own goddamn family who are well aware of this type of realm, especially since they just had a refresher course in it from the attention on roses, knew how to goddamn use this realm. It was instantly goddamn chaos. Insertion. this realm not wanting her to be found, not wanting justice for her, always trying to destroy her case. Literally. And to hunt and to tag all of us to acquire us, just like every case they work here. While they do the same one-liners and different hearts and hashtags and misspelled names of victims. She ain't lost here. She's used here. They pretend to care and they try to destroy any chance of her being found or justice. Her real perpetrators being arrested. But they won't succeed. She's out here in the real world and she's waiting. Wherever she is not where she belongs, and she's waiting. She's waiting on real law enforcement, federal agents, real searchers, real truth and facts to help bring her home. It's die. It's 59. Yeah. I think the low for night's 47, but I don't know. They're still sweating and whatever's going on me health wise. And then today I've been freezing all day. And that shit just didn't help. And would have been going through this evening anyway. And then got on here when really shouldn't have. Don't really have the energy for it. And it's just fucking. And I don't. I wish I didn't feel like some of these things are so pertinent to call out immediately. But some of these things, because of time sensitive shit, need to be. But there are far better things to speak of online sometimes, or to talk about, period, and a whole abundance of things in the background of doing hopefully a tangible, helpful way. Chaps my ass, they even calling it out. Always inevitably leads to views or back and forth or extra shit for them too, but what do you do, man? What do you fucking do? Yeah? I'll never give up hope and die. And I'll continue to have faith where it belongs the most. And that's in somewhere ourself, our little light, feds, locals, I know they'll find her. And I know with certainty they will arrest the person or persons responsible and bring some form of justice for her. But no matter what, I know they'll find her. I know that. And every second may feel like eternity to some of us. But I'm sure it feels like 6 billion eternities to some, wherever she is. No, you gotta be kidding me. Hold on just a second. No, you gotta be kidding me right now. Is bullshit, fraudulent, Katahdin and wife's magical spirits. Seriously? That fucking fraud ass piece of catch me if you can shit? Seriously? What is wife's magical goddamn spirits, clairvoyance, feelings? They didn't know what they were getting in on either with Sharon Ziggy, who helped build them up with deception detective St. I that were to believe tonight too. That he was all unaware of his part in rolling this scam with him. Cause let's not forget, Ryan damn sure was. Is that what we're to fucking believing on? It's just suddenly a thing. I can't with that stupid son of a bitch. Cannot even. Holy shit. Ryan is really posting on his fucking goddamn wall. With a stepdad like Fred, who knows what the kid has been exposed to or who has been exposed to her, they're all targeting the shit out of Zeke's kid, including Ryan. He's posting that shit on his goddamn screen. That's what Hover says. He's allowing Schmoopy or whatever. He's making sure the comments pinned up on his goddamn screen, targeting Zig's kid. In a scam he was clearly involved in, and I guess his wife's fraudulent ass spirits didn't see coming. Well, am I shocked? No. It's amazing. Amazing. I mean, he played a role in this. You think he was unaware of what a share was, or man ain't got a brain cell to know what a share and Ziggy are, and after years of being running this circuit team, then coming out built like this, and pretending he was new on scene 2, and come the hell on, this is fucking ridiculous, stupid. And being in 6-ups with Andy and the Hive and all that. You think Ryan was unaware in his portion of shits. Or who all these people are at this point, seriously. Or that he was unaware of this scam, fraud shit too. Come on now. That's hell of it, ain't it? There's Kim Holmes doing her dirty pebble work everywhere. Is there anywhere that one doesn't go? Seriously? Anywhere? Anywhere? Shelves, places. And Ziggy's only concern seems to be waiting to hear what the hell she said supposedly about Prairie Dick. And not. As a circuit runs still, they're all gonna pretend fight and have the chaos machine. And she ain't gonna care that they're targeting her kid. Or another knock comes. All of them are gonna play in the bullshit together. They're all gonna make whatever strike from all the real shit. Same shit as always. Ah, well. not a good. That's stupid. Sorry, I'm checking the buttons. Jesus Christ. Lord, of course it did. Bless my goddamn soul, of course it did. No, I think I need a beach vacation. Yep. I think I'm gonna go like half a mile down the road, catch us back on a semi tonight, and just call it a week. Swear to God. What a fucking joke. These people are such pieces of shit. Somewhere. Well, Di, you can always join me, I guess. Oh no. Might have to get one of those giant, like, flamingos or floats or something though, and just, like, paddle out in the middle of the goddamn ocean for a bit. Like the whole last week. Just pull a whole fucking Pirates of the Caribbean out in the motherfuckers Roman Jack, I don't know. No, the tragedy pimps aren't coming anywhere near shark infested waters, and they'll leave everybody the fuck alone. A little blow up raft in the middle of fucking Nowheresville Ocean, you know? I swear it. Some days it's all for something besides just distraction. What always right now? Oh Lord. There's more fear-mongering bullshit from fucking news. Alright. You know what? I'm looking for something. Hold on, guys. Alright, guys. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna shut this one down. And we're gonna swerve left.